think I see my stream now, finally. I do see my stream now, finally. Yay! But that was annoying as all hell.
Alpaca keeps. Before we get you some.
Welcome back.
Okay, that sounds way better.
Welcome back.
Thanks.
Yeah, I could not understand anything you said, and I got my stream working.
Alright, I don't know if it was me.
It's a little choppy, at least when I look at my phone, but it's better
Your
than
stream.
it was. Yeah.
Yes.
Lamont says, well, where are these bandits?
What's that?
Nothing, it was my credit card was just sending me a reminder that I spent money.
Oh.
Erinville says apparently
I
they're
went
not
to a
foolish enough to attack a party of this
I
size.
spent $400. And then we
Earthwishing
went
is
to the
just a
World
little
Market,
farther
which
ahead,
had
on the
food from
opposite
all over
bank
the
of near
place. So I
Carbake
spent some
Zoma, but let's remain vigilant all the same.
Okay.
I think it's my camera that's causing it. I'm going to turn off my camera. Yeah, you know, that actually improved my. I just turned it off and I noticed an immediate improvement.
I can hear the pushback.
What's that?
I can hear your stream through your headset. Or I could, or I just did.
Probably because my headphones are loud.
Mike and Revna has logged in.
That should be better.
No. Alright. Are you doing MSQ today?
I am.
Perfect. Yeah, what? That's nice.
Should probably not be running around here as a level 84.
Wise decision, wise decision.
Not get the mount speed increase? I thought I did. Oops, so under travel mount speed. I did not buy the mount speed increase. Oh yeah, because we're not rank. We are not ranked. I have to be ranked 2, right?
Thanks.
Erinville says this is it, the village where the lay of pots from the Tural. Alphino says Earthenshire. Idleshire might the similarity be a cultural inclusion?
Alize says the settlements themselves couldn't be more different, though. This shire appears custom built to resemble pots, while the other is a repurposed town.
Woman says Pshko. Welcome to Earthenshire. Do I have the pleasure of happy greeting the third promise and her retinue?
Lamont says that's us. We're looking for the Dawn Servant Selector, if you happen to know who that is.
Redayak says you are exchanging tongue flaps with her right now. Redayak is...
Lamont says so, that's helpful. We can cut straight to...
Redayak says as much as Redayak would like to do just that, we have a much more... The storm which hit our village shattered the cliffs and dropped rocks on our brain cases. Many help hands for the Potsworn were injured. This is no time for feats or metal test.
Lamont says I'm sorry to hear that. After learning what the storm did to the stairs, I feared you'd been caught in its path. Not to change the subject, but what are the...
Erinville says goldsmiths contracted to work for the moblins. The word comes from the pot-like workshops where they... The moblins provide these Potsworn with tools, materials, living quarters, everything the artisans could possibly need. This allows them to concentrate on producing what is widely known as the finest golden metal.
Artisan says this is unacceptable. I was If this is the best they can offer, I should have never left Kameki Miki.
Redayak says you see, the Potsworn desert us. Without enough healthy help hands, we are failing to... Should all our Potsworn leave, Earthenshire will grind to a halt. We have to do something, and do...
Lamont says then let us stand in for the injured helpers. It would give me the chance to learn more about your people and your village, and if it brings us closer to beginning the feat, then all the better. This isn't strictly part of the contest, so don't feel obligated to join in. Take a rest while you can. I was hoping you'd say that. I actually wasn't sure I could do this on my own.
Erinville says we'll all help. I doubt any of us could just... Redayak says we'll take every help hand we can get. Redayak Truth swears that once the Potsworn have their perfect workshops again, we will commence the feat. You and the third promise can assist help hand Reikorak. You other four, follow Redayak. There are other help hands in need of handlend.
Lamont says I really appreciate you pitching in. I meant what I said at many fires. There'll be no more feigning strength. No more playing at being an invincible promise. If there's one thing I've learned on this journey, it's how practiced you are at aiding those in need. And I mean to make the most of having such an incredible mentor at my side. Now, let's find this Reikorak fellow and see what we can do for him.
What are you working on? What are you doing today?
I'm gonna farm all my tombs for today. And then I might go do fate farming. To get some more orchestra rolls
can't meet his obligations without more help hands.
Gemstones so I can
the pots are emptying.
Finish up that quest.
Nice. Yeah, if you do any fate farming here in your call, let me know.
Mm-hmm. I will.
You've come to aid Reikorak. Reikorak accepts your hand lending with joyous feel smiles. If we can offer the Potsworn their promised good living, we might save the day yet.
Lamont says whatever you need.
Raycoric says pshpshko. What Raycoric needs is for new help hands to create good living for pot-sworn Kahe. The help hand assigned to Kahe was hurt during the rock rain, so Raycoric took over, but he knows nothing of Kahe. What does Kahe want? What does Kahe need? Help hands do not bother the pot-sworn with straight tasks. Our job is to observe and anticipate, to prepare things with gas think. Please, gas think with Raycoric. Find out what Kahe is lacking so we can provide it.
Lamont says you can count on us. This is where Kahe works, is it? Let's take a peek inside, then. That must be Kahe. It'd be a lot quicker if we could just talk to him, but that's not the way they do things around here, apparently.
Lose your window access?
We'll have to leave him be, and try our hand at some guest think.
Inspect the workshop. You may move the camera, as well as zoom in and out. Target a point of interest and examine it in more detail with.
What about window access?
I think the cats were picking up the screen and they lost their window access.
Oh no, those poor kitties.
Yeah, right.
Well, he has no shortage of crafting materials. There must be something else he's missing. He's barely touched his meal. That dish is meant to be eaten hot, or it loses its savor. He must be boiling sitting so close to the furnace, and there's no airflow to speak of. How could anyone work in that stifling heat? Those tools are looking pretty worn down. Maybe it's time for some new ones?
Wow, that was almost a 10-minute wait.
Wow.
Lamont says all right. After taking a good look, I think I have an idea of what things Kahe might want to improve his working condition. Lamont says let's head back outside and talk to Rakor.
Raycoric says pshko. You made your observations? What?
Lamont says first off, I noticed Kahe hasn't touched his food, and an empty belly can't be good for his Maybe the cooking isn't to his liking?
Raycoric says but our food is very mouth-pleasing. Why would... Arg, but Raycoric is sure of nothing when it comes to Kahe's taste.
Lamont says I can help you with that. My brother Koana is also Hazaro, and while everyone has their personal preferences, there are some they tend to Lamont says like an aversion to piping hot dishes. If it was brought to him like that, Kahe probably wouldn't have been able to eat until it cooled down, and by the time he came back to it, he might have found it cold and unappetizing. Lamont says the simplest solution is to serve dishes that taste good no matter the temperature.
Raycoric says Raycoric never would have thought of that. Would the third promise mind explaining these things?
Lamont says not at all. But I don't think that was the only reason Kahe couldn't concept. The Hazaro homeland is hot and dry, but even Kahe seemed to be suffering in front of that furnace. Is there any way you could cool down the workshop?
Raycoric says oh, we could try a drafty shard.
Lamont says do you know where we can get one of those?
Raycoric says you can gather them from the shoals of no return. There are many old boats there, abandoned by those who gave up on their search for the golden...
Lamont says so we salvage them from the wrecks. Could you handle that for us? Lamont says oh, and one more thing. From what I could tell, Kahei's files and saws and things were very worn down, maybe a new set of tools.
Ray Korok says Ray Korok was too preoccupied with stocking materials, a serious oversight which he will rectify. Supplying good tools for...
Lamont says then we all have work to do. We can meet back here when our tasks...
Ray Korok says the shoals of no return are past the crags, through a tunnel southeast of here. You should be able to spot the passage from just...
Here's who run in front of me.
Anna says you're Haven, aren't you? The issue with caring for the Potsworn. When they approached me with that same problem, I suggested they commission artisans in Sharlayan instead. The quality of craftsmanship would be guaranteed, after all. However, the Moblins did not care for the idea. Surely, it would be more effective to engage a uniformly trained collective. I cannot understand their fixation on individual. Thancred says perhaps the custom will make more sense once we begin the Until then, we've been deemed unfit to assist in the matter of help hands, and are instead tasked with tending the injured. We were on our way back from procuring herbs for Orionje, in fact. Koana says settlements in Korzamuka, too, have been isolated by the storm's destruction. What would have become of the wounded? Should I become Dawn Servant, one of my first acts will be to establish reliable trade routes to the capital. When I imagine how much good we can achieve with Sharlayan technology.
Be a very good leader.
My apologies, I have much to consider. If you will excuse us.
Oh, thank you for the follow.
Thancred says we'll meet again soon, I'm sure.
I don't know why my chat didn't show up for that. I saw it on my screen though. Maybe the bot's just down.
You spot the tunnel opening. Head through the passage to the shoals of no return and recover the drafty heart.
Not the bot being down. Wee.
Sleep too, so because you can't always have the computer running 24/7, right?
Oh my god, computer is lagging.
Is it?
I think it's because I'm not sure why I didn't save my settings. But
Is it still running on like high powered like tower mode?
no, it's I asked it not to show everyone else's stuff,
This crystalline shard is faintly...
and it's still doing it, so.
Oh, yeah, my computer does that too sometimes. It's sporadic though.
It's annoying.
This crystalline shard emanates a soothing whisper of wind. It seems you found the crystal record.
Raykorik says pshko. Is that a cool breeze Raykorik feels? Yes. Thank you for finding a drafty shard. Raykorik will add it to the new set.
Lamont says, and I come bearing good food tidings. The cook has prepared a feast fit for the most discerning Hazaro, and it's on its way even as we speak. Lamont says let's go in and see what Kahe thinks of our
Kahe says I was wondering what occasion called for me to receive a fine meal, new tools, and a welcome source of cool air. Now I remember why I am grateful for your kind considerations. Allow me a moment or two, and I'll reciprocate with a piece worthy of a pot. An oil lamp to brighten the halls of Volokshunza. The craftsmanship satisfies Earthansha's reputation for quality. Raykorik says pshko. Such luster. Such brilliance. Kahe says I'm glad you like it. Considering the time I've wasted till now, I hope to continue. I have a contract to fulfill, after all. Anna says forgive my interruption. Anna says Lamachi, I am told the Elector has deemed the crisis past, and is prepared.
Lamont says that's great news. Thank you for letting.
Anna says so this is the craft of a potsworn. It is. Kahe says thank you for your words of praise, second promise. I drew inspiration from Kozamuka's natural beauty and sought. Koana says I wondered why the Moblins did not simply build a workshop in the city, and now I have. Even Charlian goldsmiths could not easily replicate such exquisite. Kahe says one cannot create great things if one lacks creative impetus. Tuliolul, fortunately, does not want for inspiration. Anyone wishing to learn the basic. Kahe says I was raised among Hazaro more traditional than most, and the shared ingenuity of Tural's various people. Koana says you lived as a traditional Hazaro? I have few fond memories. Raykorik says pshko. Raykorik is very grateful to you. I thank you for both your hard work and clever guess think. When it comes to help handing, knowing the potsworn really is important.
Lamont says well, that's true for pretty much everyone you meet. It's a lesson I've had drummed into me several times already on this journey.
Koana says the Elector bids the claimants assemble in the large building on the west side of the village. I will head over after finding Thancred and Orionge. I also ran into the Levator twins on the way here. I took the liberty of directing them to the venue.
Lamont says we're rivals. It's not his job to make sure I know the feat is starting. But even now, he's conscientious to a fault. Anyway, let's not keep Reborn waiting.
Redayak says pshpshko. Redayak thanks you for assisting Help and Rayconic. She will announce the feat once the other claimants arrive, so please be patient a little while longer. Alphano says I'm happy to report that we were able to convince one of the pot sworn to stay. So you managed to do the same. Splendid. Moblin says Pshko. Welcome to Earthenshire, first promise. We support your plans for salt crossings and the new... Moblin says hail the mighty Zoraljar. He cleared many piles of rock fall as if they were pebble stones. The resil... Thancred says Zoraljar was clearing fallen rocks. I'm surprised he would volunteer his time for anything and...
Mighty says well, we meet again.
Alize says just in time for the feat to begin. I'll bet he was already here, laying low while the rest of us did all the work.
Redayak says pshpshko. Claimants. As Redayak has explained, many of our pot sworn left us following the story. The precious metalwork crafted by those artisans bring in much jingly shine from across the salt. Should our stream of trade goods dry up, Earthenshire will suffer. Tuliola merchant. So Redayak sets you this feat, each of you are to find one clever hand goldsmith to bring back.
Lamont says so we're to recruit new pot sworn. Makes sense for the...
Just says calling this a feat does not justify taking advantage of the claimants and their influence. How does finding workers for you demonstrate their worthiness for the throne? Redayak says you are free to refuse Redayak's request. She will be happy to inform the Dawn servant of Zoraljar's. Just says the right is a means to an end. The steps we take to get there are not Redayak says then Redayak declares the feat of pots begun. But remember, a pot pact must be agreed to willingly. No.
Hi, Clive. Hi, little boy.
Mystic says the elector said nothing of taking a willing artisan from a rival. Mystic says, which is exactly what we should do. Mighty says Gia hey.
Oh.
A fine suggestion, brother.
Oh, I'm here.
Mystic says I'm glad you think so, brother. Come.
Oh, this is level 90.
Alize says that nasty brute is up to something.
Alphano says he may seek to delay us again as he did on the river. We can but remain vigilant while...
Curl says what do you think, Woklamat? Have you any candidates in mind to satisfy the... Lamont says I know some artisans amongst my supporters, but they're all in their twilight year. I couldn't ask them to give up the comforts of Tural to live in this remote village, no matter how beautiful the scenery. Meanwhile, Kawada probably has 100 young craftspeople to choose from. Not that I'm comparing us, you understand. That's just statement of fact. Lamont says, I suppose we could try asking around.
Alphino says it seems a logical place to start.
Lamont says, wait. Does that mean we have to take the... No. I can't do it. You said I should share my burdens, so I will speak plainly. The truth is, I get really sick on boats.
Ironville says Waklamart, this is hardly new.
Curl says, but it was brave of you to admit. In any case, we won't be fighting the current this time. Heading downriver will be much... Lamont says it will? Are you sure? Curl says I'm positive, mostly. Lamont says uck. I need a moment. Upriver or downriver, Iwakatumu is too rough for me. The nausea is a bit more bearable now that I've stopped trying to hide it, but I'd still rather not set foot on a boat if I can help it. Alright, I think I'm ready. Let's see if Master Rottwei can help us recruit a pot sworn.
Yelling about.
My healer just yelled at me.
Oh no.
Please use your mitigations. I am. You're not healing fast enough.
Roplai says greetings, third promise. What brings you back to Wamekai Meki? You've not?
Lamont says no, Master Roplai. So what do you think? Do you know of any craftsmen who might be interested?
Roplai says filching my artisans for the moblins, eh? Well, seeing as it's the third promise making the request, I'm willing to look the other way if one of them decides to only, I can't think of a suitable candidate off the top of my head. Who do I know with a mastery of goldsmithing that would also have no qualms about relocating to Earthenshire?
Lamont says you mean Fontaine? He did say he was employed at some fancy jewelry store across, and considering the distance he's already come, I'd like to think he wouldn't mind moving a little up the river. That said, he's only just got himself a new job. Is it too soon to ask him to sign a
Ironville says there's no harm in making the offer. Once he hears how well the potsworn are treated, he may even jump. Roplai says either way, you won't find Fontaine at his workbench at this hour. He's finished for the day. Probably enjoying a meal.
Lamont says then maybe we should go and talk to him. Just you and me, since he knows us wouldn't want him to feel intimidated by having to deal with a crowd of new faces. The two of us can handle this. Take a rest at the cabins, if you like. Right. Let's go and see a man about a pot.
Fontaine says, oh, Haven, you're here too. The third promise said she wanted to chat. I've just finished eating, so shall we find a quiet spot outside?
Lamont says the last time we talked on this beach, you were in a miserable state.
Fontaine says ha ha ha, yes, I wasn't I? A lost soul. Until my new place of employment has been most welcoming, and for the first time in a long time, I feel content with my lot in life.
Lamont says that's wonderful.
Fontaine says so, what is it you wish to discuss?
Lamont says well, it's hard to ask this right after you've settled in, but I'm looking for someone to become a potsworn.
Fontaine says I've heard my new colleagues mention the term. That's when an artisan signs a contract to work for the Moblins, isn't it? But you're...
Lamont says it's for a feat in the right of succession. I need to bring a new potsworn to Earth and
Fontaine says so that is the way of it.
Lamont says we've barely met, and after pushing you to work at Wakemeki Miki, I'm now demanding you throw that away and sign a pact instead. It's a selfish request.
Fontaine says I have something to tell you. The other day, I completed the necessary procedures for immigration. I'm pleased to say I am now an official subject of... I've since endeavored to learn what I can of my new nation, beginning with the right of succession and its claimants, including you, of course. Fontaine says now, you will recall it was my father's example which led me to pursue. He was at East End when Garlean forces laid siege to the settlement. And in the ensuing chaos, war took him from me in an instant. The man I loved and admired. I never wished to suffer such a loss. And so, as much as I'm indebted to you for turning my life around, it is as a fellow peace-loving Tural that I want you to win the throne. If I can help you achieve that by signing a pact, then I shall gladly
Lamont says Fontaine. Thank you.
Fontaine says I shall return to Master Rockly and in...
Lamont says allow me. I'm the reason you're leaving, so I should be the one to deliver.
Ivu says perhaps you remember me? Brick Ivu, owner of Reborn. You're Clemart's ally from across the salt, right? And a hero of some renown, too, if the gossip... Well, as it so happens, I could use some heroic help. It doesn't need to be right now, but could you come by when you have a spare moment? Much appreciated. I'll be waiting for you at my shop.
You can now gain access to role quests. Speak with Prathiki Vujbalyav and pursue new adventures as you progress through the rite of succession.
Haven, I was wondering when you'd be along. Not a moment too soon, either. I've got an urgent job that needs doing, and there's no one else I'd entrust with it. Of course, you'll be wanting to know the details. It's a long story, so why don't you grab a seat over there?
First after.
Lamont says, Master Ropply. I'm sorry to have to
Ropply says Fontaine has agreed to sign. Ropply says while it is a shame to lose a capable goldsmith, to have one of our own handpicked to serve the third promise is a great honor for Womack.
Lamont says I appreciate your understanding.
Ropply says of course, if you happen to know other talented artisans, regardless of their expertise, it could even be yourself, if you're so inclined.
Lamont says I'll keep that in mind.
Fontaine says though my time here was brief, I will not forget your kindness, Master Ropply. I am blessed to have these workshops. Ropply says come back to us if the moblins cut you loose. You'll always have a job. Fontaine says I expect you'll want to leave for Earthenshire as soon as possible. I'll go on. Alphino says what became of Fontaine?
Lamont says we did, and he's agreed to become a pot sworn. We'll leave when he's ready, but you still have a...
Alphino says splendid. We shall meet you anon.
Lamont says I had plenty of reasons to win the contest, but now I have one more. Fontaine's putting his faith in me, and I won't let him.
You may now unlock deliveries for Wakamekimiki. Speak to Ropply, and pursue new endeavors as you progress through the rite of succession.
Right then, I have some things to take care of at the palace. While you can pass the time however you like, I'd suggest you head back to the cabins. After all, even heroes need to rest, and we still have a big journey ahead of us.
Where are we going?
Peshikwa says welcome back, madam. You've had a Lance Guard messenger most anxiously waiting on your return.
Messenger says Haven of the Third Promise on Tirage. I've been all over the city looking for you. The Dawn 7 summons you to the palace. You are to present yourself to the gate guard stationed outside Sunperch at your earliest convenience. Oh, and one more thing, you are not to mention this visit to Acclaimed.
Alright, so I've got a solo quest. What's my level quest do you think gonna be?
Banana.
Banana? I mean, not...
Banana.
Oh, it's Hades.
Black Rose Famfrit says hello, D. Falk Leviathan says first time here.
What is this fuck? Terrible?
You are destined for naught else but oblivion. Darkness reigns. Flee, you fools. The arcane is mine to command. Give voice to your anguish, my brethren.
My butt hurts from sitting in this chair.
What happened to the chair?
My butt hurts. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Give substance to our hopes, our dreams, our prayers. And by their undeniable place, may our perfect world rise anew. Yawn wide, the ever-hungering void. Devour the light, and return all to darkness. Impressive resilience. But it matters little. I have all eternity to break your stubborn wills. I am stifled by this vessel of flesh. And burden your sleeping souls, my brethren. I shall bear every hope, every dream, every prayer. The future of this star shall be shaped by my hands. I shall be raised up by the prayers of my fallen brethren. Behold, a sorcerer elf, tremble before my glory.
I am back.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Okay.
Darkness, flow through me.
Reba's Hyperion says now that's just so unfortunate.
Hearken to the word of ruin.
Oh.
I hope I
No.
I'm doing.
Oh
This
no.
place will be your tomb.
What was like? We wiped.
Darkness, flow through me. Hearken to the word of ruin. This place will be your tomb.
We need
Drown in despair.
they're doing 100 thing in starting in Lakeland.
My dormant brethren, dream now of a dark
If I
tomorrow.
wasn't in a dungeon, I'd probably...
By our gathered might must we reclaim these vain reflections. In Zodiac's name, I beseech you. Has the wardens lighted one free? No. Damn you. Damn your wretched blessing. I will extinguish the spark of your miserable lives. That light split the world, and every life upon it. Our tragedy must never again come to pass. Abomination, you seek to shatter my soul? Black Crow's famp that says GGD.
Hey, Lulu. She's so cute when she runs.
Is she?
Jaldmar Hyperion says hello. Your orders are to capture the gill turtle. The best manner in which to accomplish this task is by first weakening the poor creature. The craven bandits who spirited away the turtle would not have you reclaim their prize, and will heal the creature's wounds with hopes that their efforts will discourage you into leaving. Draw the turtle away from the conjurers. Silence those bandits. In its current weakened state, the gill turtle will be unable to resist the effects of the herbs. Now quickly. We require fire sprite cores. Use the core to light the herb patch lying before me. The herbs are aflame. Now do what you must to draw the gill turtle into the smoke. And so the gentle giant succumbs to slumber's blissful embrace. Our work here is complete. A fine display. Now come, collect your reward.
Lord Alexander.
Yay.
Is it Pepsi Man?
What?
Is it Pepsi Man? I think this is Pepsi Man. Yep, it is Pepsi Man. You doing, Charlie? Of course, the guy who pulled early waiting for guess what his title is?
Mentor of mentors.
Yep. Yep. We had two people in the cutscene when he called.
The mentors just don't care.
I am not giving that.
Amayumi Marilet says GG. Amayumi says yummy. Amayumi Marilet celebrates victory. Vicky says Vikiki Vicky Famfrit bids farewell.
Oh, okay.
Are you in the dungeon still?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh my god, I got Alien Veil on leveling roulette.
I fucked up.
Mrilumidiman says hello.
Hate this dungeon. DPS, why are you putting everything in the... We've already wiped one. Before we even got to the first part.
Ugh.
Not saving you, Myth.
The 2 maps you gave me, by the way.
You did?
No, I still have them.
Oh, do you? Okay.
Oh my god, everyone's new here? Oh my god, look at all the sprouts!
Where are you?
The Howling Eye.
Ah. I think this level up one level higher. God.
Foreman Famfort says WP.
So DPS.
He was up on the back of the couch. Always an Alexander raid. Comment. About
GG.
Mrelamidian says GG.
God says the Dawn Servant awaits you within. While I was not informed of the reason for your audience, in terms of attire, I would suggest full battle regalia.
Oh my god, how the flip did I die?
No idea.
Forgive me this sudden summons. When I learned my daughter's champion was back in the city, I couldn't resist the opportunity.
He's tall compared to me.
And they call me head of resolve for good reason. Old as I am, I have not lost a battle worthy of the name since the day I took the throne. And I've been craving a proper challenge. The lance wielder, Estinian, he fought well enough. But our bout was ended before a victor could be decided. Judging by the sailors' gossip, you are a warrior of renown in your homeland. Yet I wonder, with all your deeds done and victories won, are you warrior enough to stand against me? A spirited answer. Why not indeed? The battle rages upon me. I'll stop short of killing you, of course. But expect no other mercies. Come! Ready your arms and show me the truth of the tales.
Give it your all, I want to fight to remember.
I want to fight to remember.
Let's test the waters. You can do better than that.
I
see you know the Viper style.
You know the Viper style.
Ha. Let's see how you handle this.
Oh, that was painful.
The spearman did not lie. Very well, then.
Bless you.
You're back?
I've been here the whole time.
I just got your message.
Oh no, my Facebook message?
Yeah.
I sent that at 4:40. Clyde, what are you yelling about? You are slow on the draw today, my friend.
And Michael just gave it to me.
You are slow. I will say it again. You are slow on the draw, my friend.
Ha. Did you think you had my measure?
Oh. This is my close. I like this one.
We're far from finished.
Doing Looney Tune, Looney Tune.
Oh, crap.
No more holding back.
Stay alert!
You fight well indeed.
Ah,
What's that?
nothing. I should buy a giant head. I need love and support. The Tim Tam. It's an Australian cookie.
I want
Tim
to
Tam
Australian
ones.
cookies.
Oh my god.
These. What do you know? You grabbing you.
I don't know where I'm going.
Do you need direct? We already got him.
I hate this one.
Which one?
It's the amusement park one. I wasn't anywhere near that. Oh my god, get me out of here.
You really are formidable.
Formidable.
Now we'll see what you're truly made of.
Truly made of.
That will do. You've shown me more than enough.
More than enough.
That was a tough fight.
I brought my full strength to bear against opponents before, but you are the first to withstand it. Even with my head of reason asleep, I never expected you to give me so much trouble. Estinian did not exaggerate. You are a force to be reckoned with. Ha 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 ha! Now, a confession. I said I crave a challenge, and that was no lie. But I had another reason for calling you here. I had to judge for myself if you were fit to attend my beloved daughter. In some respects, she is much like me. Hard-headed and prone to rush into danger. But one with your adamant defense could shield Lamati from those who would do her harm. Will you hear my question and answer me plainly? Address me not as the ruler of Tuliyola, but a concerned father. Thank you. Then tell me, given your journey together thus far, what is your impression of Lamati? Whether it be as third promise or just a companion on the road. Speak your mind. Ha! A tactful response, but agreed. She is not ready for the throne. Not yet. Lamati thinks she understands our many peoples. Their histories, their cultures, their beliefs. But she knows only what she's seen in the capital. And it's not only her who concerns me. Even this early in the contest, you must have realized. As potential rulers, all four claimants are lacking. This is why I elected to hold the right of succession. Not to choose a fitting candidate, but to cultivate one. And if no one has impressed me by the end of it, then to no one will I yield my throne. As a parent, I pray that my children rise to the occasion. With outsiders dragged into my game, I am also hopeful that the different perspectives you and your companions have to offer will inspire them to grow. I imagine you in particular have traveled many lands, know many peoples and cultures, loved them and been loved in turn. Guide Lamati as you think best. Walk at her side and, when needed, push her to walk ahead.
I knew it. There I was, about to sit down for some of Namika's cooking, when I heard that Papa had sent for you. You were dueling behind my back, weren't you?
I see there is no point in denying it. You needn't worry, daughter. I took care not to inflict lasting injuries. You and your ally may return to the contest without disadvantage. No harm done.
I swear, just as I was learning newfound respect for my father. Let's take our leave of this battle-mad oaf before he calls on the rest of my entourage.
Watch over her, champion. Kona's recruits are no less sharp, as one might expect of Gallof's countrymen. They saw the flaws in our claimants from the outset. The other two, though, they dismiss comrades willing to point out their shortcomings, and no good can come of it.
Lamont says if he had his way, Papa would keep dueling until the day he dies. Even now, I know of only 3 people who didn't need to be carried away after their bouts: Zor-Elja, your lance-wielding friend Estinian, and yourself. You really do live up to your fearsome reputation. I'm curious, though. Did Papa want anything else of you? Well, if that's all it was. I still haven't had one bite of Namika's food thanks to Papa's nonsense, so I'm going back to finish my plate before I head out. I've otherwise asked everyone to meet at the Foard cabins. Come and join us after you've had a moment to recover.
What? Okay. I thought we need to eat the strawberries today. Okay.
Where's my strawberries?
Or
Fonjentine says sorry to keep everyone waiting.
Lamont says is that it? You're all set to go?
Fonjentine says I left Aorzir prepared to travel in search of work, so I had few belongings to begin with. bidding farewell to my fellow
You don't want
artisans.
more sherbet
Lamont says
Anis?
again, I appreciate you making this commitment.
Okay.
Alphino says, shall we depart for Earthenshire, then?
Question mark says a word before you go.
Lamont says, Wikivoo, what are you doing here?
Ivu says, I spend my days correcting manners, and here I am perpetrating the grave offense of delaying the third. Please, take up your axe and rend my flesh and attack.
Lamont says, must your demands be so gruesome? Besides, I told you that kind of thing does.
Ivu says, all right, then. I won't let it.
Kind of thing transfers
Alize
over.
says, what was that all about?
What's going on?
Ivu says,
No,
I'd
just like
come
how
to the
nothing
city to
transfers
purchase
over
supplies
for
when I
like my
spotted your
marked
entourage getting ready
achievements
to
or
leave. You seek the
whatever.
city of gold, if...
What you mean?
Lamont says
Like
that's
I
right.
have flagged
It's the final
achievements on
step
my
of the rite of
account at
succession.
home.
If you know anything about the subject, I'd love to hear.
Nothing syncs.
You
Ivu
know,
says, then allow me to be of service. As you
yeah.
know, legends of the Golden City have
You're
been
like
passed
breaking
down
up.
into Alpha.
I said
Ivu says, yet when it comes to
I
describing the
know.
place itself, the stories do not always agree. Some portray it as one might expect, a glittering metropolis of golden towers. Others suggest it is more unassuming and owes the name to a fabulous treasure. Every telling, however, has a common thread: those who go in search of the Golden City do not
Revna says, I cannot hear a word you just said.
Ivu says, the lesson to be learned from this third promise is that to seek the legend is to court death. I must implore you to proceed with the utmost. Ivu says, that is all I wish to say. I shall pray for your...
Lamont says, thank you, Wookievoo.
Iringville says, what are we to make of these cautionary tales? If every expedition has ended in tragedy, how then did the Dawn Servant find the city and return?
like, that's really
Pearl
weird.
says it seems the legend originated
Well,
with
you
the
just keep
Yagru.
breaking up, like you're
Speaking
super
with
far
them
away from your
remains our
mic.
strongest lead.
I haven't moved.
Alphino says, a lead we shall follow in time. But first, let us see Fontaine say.
Hmm.
Here, let me open up Discord real quick.
Luna.
Okay, that's really weird. It's telling me I have 0 ping. Give me 1 second. There, is that better?
Yeah.
Yeah, for some reason it said I had
Finding a
zero
willing
connection.
artisan was even easier than
No.
expected.
Like it said I
Many
had
indeed
no
are
connection.
eager to curry favor with the Resilient Sun, especially if it means
Well.
sharing the promise of new
Even though I
territories.
can hear you, and we've talked in the last hour.
Those who prove useful will have all the land they desire.
Such generous words, yet the manner in which he speaks them. If neither wealth nor territory are of value, wherefore does he seek to
You were
bring the world
followed
to
by a
few?
cat. His name is Clive.
I was?
What?
I was followed?
No, my sister's
Step
cat was
aside.
following her.
Oh.
Remind me. There was no rule against poaching craftsmen from other claimants. Was there?
Do not be foolish, Bakul Jaja.
Foolish would be carrying on with these dull feats when all I need to win are the keystones. And besides, it's long past time I humble this arrogant one-head. The Dawntrail may have sired you against all odds, but there is nothing blessed about your birth. Only a two-head is fit to rule. Only we are worthy. Draw your weapon! Face me in battle, and learn your place.
No, my kingdom.
A moment, first promise. Leave him alive, if you would.
God, you chowed that food down in like less than 5 minutes after she pushed it to your bowl.
Well, that's because in about 15 minutes, Clive can go meow meow meow. I read that all day. Meow 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 meow.
He has wet food sitting in his bowl, and I know she gave him dry food. I know she hit the little bing to let dry food out. I know she did. Clive, are you gonna be nice tonight, or are you gonna swat everybody again?
Swat everybody again.
But he's just a runt.
My thanks for your restraint.
My God, this is the longest 5 minutes I've ever waited in my life.
Whenever I please.
Oh,
your
no.
part in this is far from over.
Oh. Come again?
Lamont says we're back, and we've brought with us a willing potsworn.
Oh my God.
This is
Keep running.
Fontaine, a talented goldsmith who once worked at Eshtame's aesthetic.
Redayak says wonderful. Impressive. You are and with an artisan from across the salt, no less. We welcome you and your unique skills to Earthenshire. Help and we'll show you.
What is the ghost favorite game?
Fontaine says this is it, then. I look
A
forward
ghost?
Yeah.
Lamont says thank you, Fontaine. I'll be sure not.
What is the ghost favorite game?
I have no idea.
Hide and Shriek. I know it was a bad joke.
Redayak says
Yeah,
you
it was
have reached
awful.
met the requirements of the feat of pots. Redayak presents your keystone with joy smiles and
Oh, I have to fix this.
Lamont says that makes 3.
Redayak says psh psh co. More potsworn candidates? Come. Co Arna says another feat accomplished. Just says oh ho ho ho, you are doing well. I expected nothing less of Zoral Jazz. Your cleverness in particular is most admirable. Second promise. We must have you apply that Charlian knowledge you so cherish, and armed Tural with weapons of magic. In your role as the new Dawn Servant's chief advisor, of course. Koana says the tools of war hold no interest for me. I wish only to improve our nation through. Foreign powers will think twice about testing our strength once Tural is known for its advanced technology. Koana says just as the Garlean Empire was deterred from Just says that may well be true. But how long will it take Tural to progress to this advanced state? Koana says with a collective commitment to education and hard work, it shouldn't. Just says your way is too slow. Easier to expand our territory and swallow Charlian whole. Thancred says conquer other nations through force of arms, and you're looking at a future of uprisings and bloodshed. Yours wouldn't be the first fail. Just says then we keep fighting, until the mounting costs convince them to lay down their weapons. Until all have grown tired.
Lamont says how would such an outcome bring anyone joy? What you propose is a mockery.
Rediak says pshko. Rediak is reminded. In the time before Tural, there were no pot pacts for the pot sworn. It was normal to grab snatch artisans and force them to work. Until the day Galul Jaja arrived. The families of the grab snatched pleaded with him, and so he came to earth and Mobbies are not a war-make people. We fear death had come for us, but Galul Jaja just wanted to talk.
Ja says be at ease. We are here to trade words. The gold work crafted in this village is superb. One can tell at a glance the quality of materials used, the mastery of technique employed. Yet it does not stir the heart. A goblet shaped by bound hands and broken spirit is devoid of luster. Compare that now to the works of a joyful artisan. She pours her very soul into her creations, and they shine like the newly risen sun. Have you not seen this to be true?
Rediak says and so began the custom of good living. Happy pot sworn make good works, and Galil Jaja's words were wise. Joy smiles did indeed bring fine craft and much jing. Koana says so the head of reason was behind the forging of. Rediak says yes. Reason and clever think. Ja says Just says the first promise tires of your talk of olden days. He would rather look to the future, and the Koana says we should be getting on as well.
Alize says Baklamujaja never did come back.
Raykorok says pshko. Do you have a moment? Raykorok would repay you for hand helping with Karhay. He brings a tale of the golden.
Lamont says really? I'd love to hear it.
Raykorok says the towers, the streets, all fashioned from gold. Everywhere you look, the young, the old, and everyone in between, they live in golden happiness. A city of eternal bliss, forever perched.
Lamont says everything fashioned from gold, eh? And just imagine everyone living in golden happiness. Now that's a city I'd like. Curl says, excuse me, Rhetoric, where did you hear that particular?
Rhetoric says, from our long-time Yokui friends. They live up in the mountain.
Curl says, the giants again. Lamont says, seems everything is pointing us their way. This feat and everything leading up to it has taught me much about the Moblin way of life. I'll be sad to leave Earthenshire and your Joyce miles behind. Right, we should go and see the giants next.
Ironville says, agreed. Golden mysteries notwithstanding, their village is featured prominently in the saga and is not to be ignored. The Urkopacha Highlands should be easy enough to reach from here. If we leave Earthenshire from the west, there's a road which leads up into the mountains. Let's find that first. Muvamuk says, Pshko. You are Haven, are you not? She who has been strength lending to Waklamart. Could Muvamuk ask that you strength lend her in turn? The matter is this, Muvamuk's craft hand is to retire after long years. He lips that he intends to fancy craft one last masterpiece before he does so, but for this, he needs the hand help of a strange face to the village. Amthroy is his name. He is always very mucky-worded with his requests, so Muvamuk is not sure what hand help he needs, but if you could exchange tank flaps with him, she would be very, very happy feels.
Lamont says, looks like the trail is going to get steep from here on in. I hope everyone is ready for some climbing.
Man says, third promise. I'm glad I caught you. Rita Rock asked me to bring you back to the village. She says there's something she forgot to give you.
Lamont says, huh? Something other than the keystone?
Man says yes, an item of great importance, or so I was told. It shouldn't take long, if you would.
Lamont says, I wonder what this is all about? Well, no need for everyone to come, I'll be back in a...
I wonder what was forgotten.
Curl says this is taking quite a while. Just keep waiting for now, I said.
Alphino says perhaps there were complications? Well, let us wait a little longer.
Alice says this is getting a little ridiculous. Did she get lost on the way back to... Curl says, but how? There's only the one road.
Ironville says I wouldn't underestimate Waklamart's sense of direction. Alphino says fortunately, she has a link pearl. Let's see what... She's not responding. Perhaps we should all return to Earth and... Was Ridayaku at business with her, yes? Redayak says pshpshko. Back again. Alphino says we've come looking for Waklamart. Did you not sense? Redayak says Redayak did not. Neither has she seen the third promise.
Curl says then who is that man who came for her?
Thancred says oh. I thought he'd left already. Koana says where is Lamachi? Is she... You don't know where she is? How could you let this happen? Orionje says that thou shouldst worry for thy sister is understandable. Yet rather than assign blame, thine energies are better spent. Koana says I will help you search. This is not how I'd wish a fellow claimant to lose the contest. Thancred says in that case, dividing our forces will allow us to... Koana says Haven and I should work together at least, the better to facilitate communication. Alphino says then the rest of us will split up. Report and should you... Thancred says we'll be on our way as well. Koana says right. Keep in touch.
Oops.
Come, we should begin our search. Reader. Koana says if Lamachi was returning to Earthenshire from the west, then she should have passed through here, except Redayak swears she didn't see her. In which case, 'tis entirely possible that Lamachi never made it back to the village at all. The only way to be certain is to ask the sentry stationed at the opposite entrance.
Ugliest character I've ever seen in the game.
Oh yeah?
People just have ugly characters.
Yep.
Amthroy says yes, I'm Amthroy. Do I know Dash? Wait, aren't you the friend of the third promise? The adventurer from across the salt who was asking about the pot pacts? Ah, I see. Muvamuk sent you. I only said I needed the help of a stranger to Earthenshire. Trust her to pick an honest-to-goodness hero. The task I have for you is but a trifling one, but it's very near and dear to my heart. I want you to find out all you can about Muvamuk. There's nothing untoward about it, I assure you. I'm interested in what she's interested in. Her hobbies, her likes and dislikes, what she holds dear, and so forth. but for certain reasons that I'll share with you later, she can't know this. We've been working together for decades, but now, as my pot pact is about to end, I find that I know next to nothing about her, but perhaps others who work closely with the Moblins might. Cobley says Muvamuk and Anfroy. Yes, I know the pair well. She's famously very protective of him, sometimes even rejecting his patron's orders outright. Cobley says it's not that she thinks him unequal to the tasks, you understand. Quite the opposite. In fact, she knows how exacting his standards are, and how discontented he would be if his work failed to meet them. Cobley says so any time a patron attempts to have him lower his standards, or design something differently to how he judges best, Muvamuk will always leap to his defense. As for what she enjoys, well, her delight in Anfroy's creations has not dulled at all in all the years they've worked together. I should think she likes nothing more. Doldroik says Pshko. Uplander wants to know what brain tickles Muvamuk. That's an easy ask. Muvamuk never lip-flaps about anything other than her pot sworn, Anfroy. She says he is just as good a trick crafter as he is a crafty trigger, always playing crafty tricks. One day, Anfroy draws little arrows around the village, showing pot sworn how to leave Earthenshire without help hands eye catching them. Many laugh-minded pot friends follow the arrows and leave for secret hidey place in the woods. Mobbies of frighty feels over disappearing pot sworn.
Mike and Revna has logged out.
You done?
Oh, back.
Pot
Oh no,
sworn
I'm
come
not
back
done.
all glitter teeth,
I'm just
but help
logging
hands
out.
esteem Mia's. All
Okay.
except Muvamuk. She goes
For a
around the
couple
village,
minutes so I can
saying
look at
guilt
something.
words to every mobby for Anfroy's sneaky trick. Deep heart, though, it is clear that she is nothing but happy feels to have him back.
I'm gonna check my work email.
You're on vacation.
Sentry says Pshko.
Yes,
The
I
third
realize
promise,
that, but you know how it
Mobby
is
has
for me
been
not to
standing
check
at
my
his
work
post with
email
diligent eye watchings.
when I know
He has seen no claimants
shenanigans
pass
are
this
going
way.
on that I don't appreciate.
I guess so.
Ko
If I
Arna
had
says
a
what a
job
water with brightly coloured hair.
that respected my boundaries when I was on vacation, it'd be a totally different
Sentry says
story.
Mobby knows something of this one. He hears tongue flaps about
But
a
they
pilly
don't,
peddler in many
so I
fires
feel
who was
obligated
attacked
to
by
now
a
check my
crazy
email
hair
every time.
bandit on the road.
So bad.
Ko Arna says a bandit. You
Yeah, I
say?
haven't checked it
Thank you, you've been most
since
helpful.
that morning I worked.
Ko Arna says my sister is clearly not here. Though I wish it were otherwise, we must consider the
Right.
possibility
I don't have
that
work
the
email on my
Tural
phone, which
messenger
is a
and the
good
brigand
thing.
described by the sentry are one and the same, and that Lamachi is in very real danger. Come,
And I'll
let
be
us
home
hurry
on
to many fires.
Sunday.
I'd like a word with this peddler should they still be around.
But it's just one of those things. Hello, Chrome. You can open. You can do it.
Home doesn't want to open.
I know it
Because it
isn't.
now requires 128 gigs of RAM for one tab.
Oh my god. Does it really?
That would be insane. $128 gigs for one tab? That would be unrunnable on any computer.
Yeah, I know. Sometimes I feel like it takes 128 gigs to run a single tab in Chrome.
Yep. And I don't understand why so many people love Firefox.
Oh, let's look at this.
Like, I understand Firefox is all open source, which is good for Linux, but I don't understand why Windows people use it. Why is there a llama in the middle of the street? Oh, it's an alpaca. It's a fake. I'm just gonna run through.
Peddler says, was there something I could help you with? Koana says, I'm told you were the victim of a bandit attack. Could you recount exactly? Peddler says, my goodness, I thought I recognized you. I'll tell you everything I remember. It was that scoundrel Walker who ambushed me. Koana says, you know the name of your attacker? Peddler says, there's no mistaking that here. All my peddler friends have stories of that notorious bandit leader and his predict. Peddler says Walker and his gang will stoop to any low for the sake of a few pel. And with no fresh quarry coming up the broken stairs, they've had to become more. Koana says, little wonder he went after Lamachi. He likely thinks to run. I expect he'll soon make his demands, but I don't intend to wait. We'll find this villain first, and deliver his deserved payment in. What say you to a small deception? I will assume the role of a well-to-do merchant to loop Walker out of hiding. Then, when he comes sniffing about, we catch the rat.
Oh my god.
Peddler says, an excellent plan. And I have just the right garments for your disguise, at a specially discount. Koana says, a brush with bandits hasn't dampened your mercantile spirit.
Oh,
I
I
see.
think I'm gonna clock in and do some work.
Koana says, now we lay the bait.
Fuck. I'm on vacation and they assigned me
you into
37
many fires to make my
tickets.
presence known. You follow on behind,
Are
boasting
you
to those
fucking
along the
kidding
way
me,
how you paid
guys?
me a hefty purse in exchange for a rare gemstone or some such. If Walker is as coin-hungry as they say, then a recently enriched peddler should be an irresistible mark. We let him strike, and then we spring our trap.
I bet you they don't do that to anybody else.
Time to play our parts.
Yeah, I bet you.
Follow Koana's lead and try not to fall behind.
A single one is assigned to like Fred when he goes.
Fucking Christ.
There. We want Walker to notice us below. Brawl says, something I can do for you, friend?
You have the kind Brawl's full attention. Play the role of a happy collector, who has acquired a rare and expensive gemstone.
I'll progress whether we're happy, Papa.
Brawl says, a rare gemstone from that Hazaro merchant, you say? I envy the profit he must have made from such a sale. Since the stairs were destroyed, I've not been able to peddle goods at my usual haunts. Koana says, a good start, but I would make Moblin says, Pshko. The Hazaro sold you a sparkle stone for your collection? Well, that explains your giant joy smiles. Mobby is happy for your happiness. Mobby is also jealous of the merchant and all the jingly shine he must have made. Koana says that should be enough, but perhaps one last act to drive it home.
Bathroom.
Yeah,
I'll be right back.
you assign it to everybody else. Because
No.
they don't do that to like Fred or
They
Sean.
don't, because I take all the tickets when he's gone.
Well,
They
then
don't
maybe
assign anything to him. So.
Do you
But
see?
I'm gonna use the bathroom and I'll be right back.
okay.
Pilou says a passing peddler had the very gemstone you sought for your collection. That is a stroke of luck. And I'll wager the merchant was just as pleased to fill his pockets with your grateful coin, eh? Well, I'm inspired to go and earn some pel of my own. Who knows? Maybe opportunity will find me. Koana says, my most valued customer. The profit from that single purchase of yours should see me through. Traveling with such a fat purse and no sell swords is tempting fate, so I shall make Earthenshire my last stop and then return forthwith to Tural. Did you see? The rat has come for a nibble. You played your part to perfection, Haven. A woman of many talents, just as Thancred and Orionge described. Now let us loop walks out and spring our trap. Koana says let us execute the final stage of the plan. I will set out towards Earthenshire alone and unarmed, the better to sell the act of a defenseless merchant. Assuming Warxa is watching, he will likely wait for some quiet stretch of the road before accosting me. I'll be relying on you to follow closely behind, remaining hidden until the time comes to spring the trap on our bandit king. Just remember, we need him alive.
Okay.
Warxa says I hear business has been good to you, Master Merchant. How about you share and by some, I mean every coin you have. You're that gemstone collector. Oh, I see what this is. We spit in your eye. Men, kill these Vidral. Koana says slippery vermin. We'll have to interrogate. If you would be so kind, Haven. Pray leave them capable of.
I'm gonna work after dinner.
Gonna work after.
After we eat, yeah.
Sige, dalang tuloy ka na.
I was hoping to talk with your boss, but I suppose you three will have to do.
Bandit says wait. That's the second promise.
Bandit says think I'm scared of a fancy title? I'll take your royal ears as a trophy, as soon as I...
Oh my god, so loud.
Koana says I know your gang is behind my sister's abduction.
Bandit says eat pocket shit, salt lover.
Bandit says that's right. We don't serve you. Koana says do not play games with me.
Hi, little Lulu. Hi, sweet girl.
I am fast losing
Hi,
patience.
baby girl.
Talk now or die. Bandit says we were hired to nab the third promise, that's all. We don't know where they took her.
You stop watching the stream?
Koana says
I haven't been watching.
Oh.
Bandit says we weren't
I only
told
have one
either.
screen.
Only Walkser knows, he's the one.
Mike and Revna has logged in.
Koana says well, it seems.
Yeah, I said I was coming back.
Once I've arranged for the Lance Guard to take custody of these criminals, I'll call on Thancred and his tracking skills. But perhaps you
no.
could pursue Walkser in the meantime? The bandit was running in an easterly direction. Should you locate him, I suggest you shadow him rather than force a confrontation. He might lead us to where Lamachi is being held.
Follow a Wakasa from a distance. Should your quarry... Should you fail to complete the objective.
Walkser says finally. My money, give it to me now. Hubigo says calm yourself. We had our own troubles finding. Walkser says right. We're finished. Take your prize and leave me out of the rest. Hubigo says such hostility. You were hurting for coin, and I offered you gainful employment out of the kind. Walkser says kindness? You brought a black and one look, and I could tell that woman was a killer. A butcher. Assaulted them. Hubigo says oh, spare me your fearful bleating. Go on. Scamper away now before the scare.
Thancred says Kwana told me the news. You've found the abductor, then? And you think the bandits were hired by this Hubigo? Alright, new strategy. Forget Wakesa and stay on the Mamulja's tail. We don't want to endanger the third promise, so keep your distance until we're certain they have her. I'll catch up to you as soon as I'm able. Follow the Hubigo from a safe distance. Should you fail to
That was actually, I did it. That was kind of tough though.
Better late than never. That Mamulja. He's the one who kidnapped Wook Lamart. So we're still unsure. If we can follow him a bit longer, confirm his connection to the abductors. That will complicate matters.
Confound it!
If I set out now, I can trail them along the riverbank.
Do it!
Even if it costs you the contest.
What worth is the throne if I lose my sister to win it?
Very well then. I'll send word when I locate her. Till then, I suggest you save your strength. A rescue attempt could turn ugly.
That Hubigo just now. I swear I've seen him with Bakul Jaja. Knowing the way that monster works, he probably hired bandits to kidnap her so he could steal her keystones. But even alone, my sister is more than a match for a gang of untrained ruffians. She must have been ambushed or deceived. Gah! I should have been there! If those bastards have hurt her! I do trust him, but... Forgive me. Snapping at you won't get my sister back. I'm afraid I've always been like this when it comes to Lamachi. The thought of her being in danger sends me into a panic. But isn't that how families should be? These days, Tural and Mikote live however they please. But the clan into which I was born kept to the nomadic traditions of our ancestors. They herded their own neck across the plains, always moving with the seasons. During one such migration, my birth parents left me behind. A child. All alone. Without a single word of explanation. A chance encounter with a kind Pelu merchant was the only reason I survived. Taking pity on me, he taught me his trade that I might fend for myself. I became a stallkeeper in Tuliyolal's market. And that is where the Dawn servant found and adopted me. I had already been in the palace some time when Lamachi came to join us. Like me, she had been cast aside by her parents. I knew the pain of solitude and wanted to spare her that suffering. As this tiny child's new brother, I swore I would always be there for her. So, as you might now understand, I will stop at nothing to rescue her. While we await word from Tancred, I suggest we prepare ourselves to travel downriver. You have a boat, yes? Why release the Ponity if not to delay pursuit? If we were unsure of their guilt before, then this surely proves it. Before we act, however, let us regroup with your comrades. Would you mind making the call?
Understood. We'll meet you at many fires.
Koana says I may have put rescuing Lamachi ahead of my own progress, but do not take that to mean I've given up on the contest. You understand how important she is to me. Yet regardless of how close we were, I would have made this same choice. After all, if I am incapable of saving my sister while also winning the throne, then I am not fit to inherit our father's heavy mantle. Koana says we need to gather our forces. Firstly, allow me to brief everyone on our present situation. Thus, at the very least, we believe this Hubigo knows where Lamachi has been taken. Thancred is shadowing their boat even as we speak, and I should like to join him with all haste. Unfortunately, our quarry had the foresight to release your Panushi from its harness, leaving us without a means to give pursuit. Irinville. As an expert on wildlife, what are our chances of recap?
Breaking up again.
Irinville says with the right mix of feed, it can be done. I should like an extra hand to help scatter. Koana says would you accompany him, Haven?
Okay.
Meanwhile, the rest of us should work on getting the harness repaired. It appears to have been damaged when the Panushi was let loose. Alphino says with all the peddlers here in camp, we should have little trouble purchasing replacement materials. As for any necessary metalwork, Earthenshires artisans are but a Koana says then let us divide the tasks. Irinville says there was an unusually aggressive herd of wild Panushis downriver, so our girl will have fled in the opposite direction. Come, we'll
Being weird again? Says I'm good.
Assuming our Panushi has come this way, she'll be hiding in the depths of Marsh Lagarka. We'll need to lure her back to the shallows with the promise of food. Irinville says wild Panushis eat mainly aquatic grasses and plants, but the tame ones are often fed vegetable scraps. Knowing this, I added leftovers to the feed I prepared. This should help the mixture stand out against the marsh's natural scents. Irinville says Lagarka is crawling with predators, however, so I'll leave it to you to scatter feed deeper in. I'll be waiting for you near the shallows with the rest of our Panushi's enticing feast.
Wait.
Oh, why doesn't this work? So dumb.
You scatter Arenville's punity feet along the water's edge.
Arenville says all set. I've just finished laying out the last of the bait. Step back out of sight and leave the rest to me. Here she is. Shh, there's nothing to be afraid of. We just need your help one last. You're hungry, I wager. Come on, come. Yes, there's a good girl. We'll be fine here, I think. I'll give her a few more treats, then lead her over to the boat. You can let Koana know we have up.
What are you doing? Oh, you have to do that.
Revna says working on 7.2.
Oh.
Koana says Arenville has the Panusi in hand, then? Good. I expected nothing less from a certified gleaner.
Revna says sorry everyone came inside and I know you're streaming. Just let me know when you have another task you need help with.
Koana says as for the harness, we were able to purchase all the parts we need. The Levator twins are over in Earthenshire right now, having the Potsworn make the repairs. I'm told it shouldn't take long. We'll be ready to embark on our rescue mission as soon as we hear from Thancred. Koana says Thancred must know something by now.
Excuse me, Captain Purps.
You found her? Understood. Thank you. I had but to invoke his name. Thancred followed the Hubigo's boat to its destination, and confirmed that they are indeed holding my sister captive. They, of course, being Bakujaja and his minions. I swear, I will make them regret this. Lamachi is in rich leaf tunnels. The moment the harness is repaired, we strap in the Panushi and make our way back down Iwakatamu.
Thangred.
The third promise is up ahead. She's unharmed, but we best not dally.
I spit on these pathetic feats. Far more satisfying to claim their baubles by force.
Give it back! Fosunten poured his everything into that stone. You've no right to touch it!
Oh, was that the name of your artisan? How could you allow something so precious to be stolen?
You thieving cheat! You're no true claimant!
What does that make the foolish kitty who fell into my trap? If pitiful roars were all it took to claim the throne, you'd be first in line.
Now, brother. You shouldn't tease her. Look, the poor thing's on the verge of tears. Meow. Someone save me. Who did that?
His scales are as thick as his skulls.
Coward! You dare ambush me?
'Tis the blessed sibling's favorite tactic.
That useless Bune was sycophant. He was supposed to keep the lackeys running in circles.
Oh, you must tell me all about that.
Careful now. You wouldn't want to hit her hostage.
That one's not to be underestimated.
Ha! They can do nothing while we have.
Impeccable timing.
Amachi, are you all right?
Aye, thanks to you.
think they can defy us? We'll slaughter the lot of them!
Patience, brother. The keystone is ours. There is no need to fight this day. And Zoralja has left us hurting.
No! I won't stop until I gut these maggots and feed them their entrails!
If we fall here, we feign our siblings for nothing. Is that what you want?
No, brother. Break off! We retreat!
Wait! Damn you, Bakul Jaja!
Do we give chase?
Revna says it's dinner time for me.
Namachi is safe. And that is what matters.
I'll be back in a few, Horus. Have fun with MSQ.
Okay, thank you. Enjoy dinner.
Mike and Revna has logged out.
Koana says I am glad to see you unharmed.
Lamont says thanks again for coming to my rescue. And all of you too.
Alphino says Bakul Jaja must be desperate indeed to resort to such aggression.
Lamont says I shouldn't have been so careless. I underestimated him, and it cost. Fontaine upended his life so that I could accomplish the Moblins featuring he believed in me, believed in my cause, and I've let him down. Lamont says you're goddamned right about that. The next time I meet that brute, I'll knock him straight on his scaly behind and take back my keystone.
Thancred says speaking of vengeance, didn't Bakul Jaja curse some useless Buniwa sycophant when he... Koana says a reference to Sarilja, I would assume. He is devoted to our brother, and is the only Buniwa I know of participate. If Zoralja was somehow involved in this, I will never forgive him for putting our sister in danger. He will have forfeited his right to be called brother. Ahem. Bakul Jaja should face punishment, of course, but so must the bandits who had the temerity to abduct. I shall request that Father send a contingent of lance guards to enforce the law in this region.
Lamont says I agree that measures need be taken to keep traffic. But I wonder what pushed these people towards a life of banditry in the first place? If we dig deeper, we might find a way to improve things for everyone.
Koana says, "'Tis something to think about. For now, however, the right Alphino says we should be moving on, as well. Are you feeling fit to...
Lamont says you bet I am. Zoralja's gained a good head start, and it's time we clawed back. Lamont says I really am sorry this happened. From now on, I won't let my guard down around suspicious strangers. And again, I do appreciate you all coming to save me.
Yay.
The road beckons, friends. Let's be on our way to the Yakui.
Irinville says then it's back to where the path through the mountains begins. You remember? The spot where you were tricked into walking off with Walkser?
Lamont says just going to rub my face in it like that, eh? I wonder if he's raising my hackles on purpose, though. You know, trying to keep my anger directed at him instead of myself. Either way, we can't be standing around here all day. We have a lot of lost time to make up for.
Excuse me.
Tarnotic says what does Muvamuk value most? Her pot sworn, of course. Enamobi who says otherwise is a fib speaker. She keeps the treasure he gave her heartside at all times, or so she once lip-slipped to Tarnotic. He hasn't a flimsy thought what his treasure might be, but whatever it is, it's sure proof of the friend bond between them. Vendavk says Dunga Straits. Dunga Straits. Vendavk's Twinkle Crafter has gone missing. Vendavk asks all around the village, and some say that he went to pay a visit to the Imperius, the giant's prey place. But prey place is a danger place, full of friend-munching fiends. You are a fighter, are you not? Will you sword lend for Vendavk, and save her dear Twinkle Crafter from certain doom? Amthroy says, you're back. Ha. She really thinks that much of me? They say that Moblin help hands love nothing more than helping their charges, and it seems it's true, though it wouldn't hurt for her to show it a little more often. But that's not the only thing you learned, and I thank you for it. You've given me exactly what I need, so I suppose it's about time I told you what I need it for. The truth is, Muvamuk says pshpshko. Is Haven still? And Froy says yes, she is, so I'll thank you for not bothering us. You do remember that I specifically asked you to leave me be until my work was... Muvamuk says always such angry words. Muvamuk means no bother. Just needs to do daily mob duty. And Froy says, and I'm telling you that I don't need you to. Not now, anyway. I'm almost retired. All my... Muvamuk says until the end day of the pot pact, Muvamuk will uphold her pact part. Amthroy says, why do you always have to be so? And Froy says, I'm sorry, Muvamuk, but I'm going to have to put my foot down. I expressly forbid you from touching my tools until my... Muvamuk says then Muvamuk will do as Amthroy asks, though it makes her shamefaced. She will hand turn to other duties. If Amthroy... Amthroy says, I wish I didn't have to do that, but I'll be needing every one of those tools if I'm to achieve that aim, being to make a farewell present for Muv. In all the years I've been working here, she's been my guardian angel, answering my every prayer before it even makes it to my lips. Even in these recent times, when the help hands have grown too few for the number of pots sworn, her service hasn't lapsed and Froy says, now that my service is coming to an end, I wanted to do something just for her, to thank her for everything she's done for me. Yet despite her knowing me better than I do myself, I discovered that I didn't really know anything about her at all. And Froy says, I tried to speak with her, to learn what really makes her tick, but she always brushed me off. Said that her only wish as a humble help hand was to see my wishes. That got me thinking, perhaps she and the other moblins might be more willing to open up to someone who wasn't bound by the pot pact. Someone like you. And by all the gods, the plan. Amthroy says, I have an idea for her present now. All that remains is to craft it, but without Muvamuk's help. That might be a little more difficult than usual. If you'd be willing to play help hand a little longer, I'd make it...
Lamont says I couldn't leave without letting Reborn know what happened, so I stopped in Earthenshire to say a few words before moving on. Lamont says, and now Erinville's nowhere to be seen. Couldn't he wait a few more moments? Lamont says hemp, so much for giving him the benefit of the doubt. Come on, let's catch up, I want to give that smug gleaner a piece of my mind. Curl says I worried Lamont would agonize over the loss of her keystone, but it seems I had nothing to be concerned about. Curl says onwards and upwards.
Erinville says, as I'm sure you've noticed, the air grows thin at this elevation. Take it slow until your body adjusts. Deep breaths. Drink plenty of water. A few more steps and we'll be in Wooler's Echo.
Lamont says phew. I think I'm getting used. So this is the place from the Lay of Proof, where Papa met with the Yakui. And that must be them. I don't think I've ever actually seen one outside of a picture.
Erinville says so it is for most Turali. The giants, here, in their mountain fastness, they tend to the solemn duty they pledge to undertake in their pact with the Dawn Servant. Erinville says to watch over the Tural Vidral Vali Garmungda, and maintain its prison.
Curl says ah yes, Lamont told us about the Tural Vidral, creatures that live for far longer than normal and awaken to strange.
Erinville says indeed. Yet even among those anomalies, Vali Garmungda is unrivaled in strength. It has endured for centuries, bringing catastrophe. Erinville says as you learned in the Lay of Ice, it was Galil Jaja who had last managed to imprison the beast, and it has lain dormant in the temple ever since. Erinville says it's said the building still bears a gaping hole in its ceiling from when Vali Garmungda was lured inside by Galil Jaja's fire.
Lamont says I'd like to see the strongest of all Tural. I wonder what it was like to fight.
Alphino says Whirler's Echo was where both the Lay of Proof and the Lay of Ice took. Does this not suggest we'll be facing 2 feats this time?
Lamont says that's a question we can ask the Elector once we find him. Or maybe we should flush out Bakul Jaja first so I can beat my keystone out of him. Lamont says I suppose we do still have 4 keystones to earn. And no matter what we do, the contest will pit us against him sooner. Lamont says alright, let's seek out the Elector.
Ironville says then I suggest we pay a visit to Carriorza the Gracious, or so their temple is called. The Moblins told me that High Luminary Gerfurler is to be found there. If we are to ask someone for information,
Lamont says let's see if I can convince the guards to let us through. Lamont says I am Wuk Lamont, 3rd promise of Tuli Yolel, and I seek your Elector for the right of succession. May I speak with Gerfurler?
God says the High Luminary is granted admittance to the claimants. You may enter.
Lamont says huh. That was easier than expected. In we go, then. Gods, is that?
Irinville says I. Valley Garmundar.
Dragon?
Question mark says welcome.
Alphino says High Luminary Gerfurler. Zermawer says he is not here, at present.
Lamont says this is the Sky Ruin, Valley Garmung.
Zermawer says it is. The Tural Vidral whose name has evoked terror. Even my people, once conquerors of all beneath the sun, were as brittle leaves before Valley Garmundar's tempestuous. When the Sky Ruin descended upon Urkopachu 8 decades ago, the casualties were staggering. Had Galul Jaja and his companions not intervened, we would have been slaughtered to the... Their titanic battle with Valley Garmundar raged for 10 days and 10. As their foe fought on, tireless and relentless, our heroes were pushed beyond the limits of their endurance. Thus did the Head of Reason concoct a desperate plan. Galul Jaja tricked the Sky Ruin into losing control of its own ice magics, causing the unwitting Tural Vidral to encase itself in frost.
Lamont says and it's been like this ever since. No.
How have you
But
been?
what happens if the ice ever melts?
Zermawer says that same question looms large in our minds, for the magics sustaining this prison grow weaker with each. Valley Garmundar commands powers of fire and lightning and ice. Some believe that the violence of the recent storm was the result of those energies slipping free. Irinville says that raging tempest, from Val... Zermawer says, setting future worries aside, you are come to attempt the feat of proof, yes? The High Luminary, chosen elector of the Dawn Servant, has left me with instruction. You are to scour our forbidding mountains, and find the waiting Gerfurler. That is to be your challenge. Alphino says, so the search itself is the feat.
Lamont says you've already spoken with my brothers.
Zermawer says I have. Their expeditions.
Lamont says then we'd better pick up the pace.
Alphino says but we'll need a direction to search in first. Let's see what hints we can gather.
'93. Oh wow.
Lamont says gods, Vali Garmung is enormous. I know Papa had friends with him, but it's incredible he could hold his own against that thing. Should its prison ever fail, though, we can't expect the old guard to come running. It'll be up to us to save the day.
Alphino says, as we've just been informed, the feat of proof requires us to seek the High Luminary Gerfurler somewhere upon these mountains. However, if earlier feats are any indication, we must assume the challenge precludes the Yokui from answering our questions in a straightforward manner. Thus I would ask that you pay close attention while attempting to divine Gerfurler's whereabouts. Though the giants may not give us a precise location, there may be clues hidden within their words. Such is my theory, anyway. Let us see what we can discover. Yorjawer says, the High Luminary? No, I've not seen him today. Now let me ask you a question. That Jbrawl who came out of the temple earlier, was that really the third promise? She seems rather unimposing. How is she meant to succeed the mighty Galul Jaja? Zerfula says, asking after the High Luminary as well, are you? I know not where to find him, but I do hope you have the opportunity to speak together. He is a great man, with a deep reverence for our traditions. These glyphs we carve, for one, he affords them as much value as any treasure we possess. Zerfula says they are records of lives lived. Your arrival, too, I will etch into the stone, that the story of our meeting may endure for untold turnings of the sun. If you are curious about our ways, then I bid you visit Proof, to the northwest of here. It is one of our grave sites.
That's really cool. The Gundam Wing stuff that was just sent to me. That's really cool.
Zabala says, a Tural? No, you are from farther away than that, I think. As for the High Luminary, I can only guess where he might be. He is warder of the Sky Ruin, but also keeper of the sepulchres, and his duties often take him outside the village. Alphino says, first things first. Was anyone able to coax forth a definite lit? As expected. What, then, of clues or other hints that might point at?
Lamont says, I heard that in addition to his usual duties, Gerfurler is also charged with keeping the Curl says, as did I. The Akui sepulchres appear to hold a special significance in their
Alphino says, but would it be appropriate for us outsiders to enter into their burial ground? Proof, you say? And he encouraged you to visit this place.
Lamont says, then let's go and take a look. Even if we don't find Gerfurler there, it will give us the chance to learn more about the Akui. Curl says the gravesite is somewhere northwest of here? Well, we can leave from that side of the village for a start.
This way.
Curl says the others have gone on ahead to proof, following the trail west. There are sharp drops everywhere, so we're all moving at our own pace. Some of us are not built for craggy terrain. I thought to get my bearings from up here first so I don't stumble off a cliff. Why don't you try catching up to Aaronville? He should be able to point you in the right direction.
This way. $189, so I should be able to see it. should totally be able to see it now. That's less than 100 yards? Where? Oh, I should be able to see it. Oh my god, are you kidding me? Where's my mount? '82 West. That's right there.
Ironville says take a look at this crater. There is no wood, no trees, not even dried grass, and yet the ground still burns. This must be one of the scars left by Vali Garmandar's rampage, as told by the saga. Ironville says the sky ruins fires are described as eternal, flames that can be quenched by neither storm nor time. And here I thought it a literary embellishment. Ironville says but now I've lost sight of acclaimed. Proof is northwest along the main road, so hopefully she's still heading the right way.
Alright, so where do we go from here? Right here. Wait a second.
Lamont says hey, Lamont wins again. Looks like everyone is here now, so. Greetings, friend. Are you Gerfurler?
Gravekeeper says no, I am not. The High Luminary did, however, task me with providing a lesson on sepulchre.
Lamont says oh, so we were meant to find our way here after all. Are you to tell us who is buried?
Gravekeeper says no one is buried here in the sense you mean. When a body has served its purpose, we consign it to the flames, then scatter its. Moreover, we do not conceive of death as others do. For us a person does not die when their heart ceases to beat, but only when they are no longer born in the hearts of all who know them. This is why we build our sepulchres before age or mishap claims us, that we might etch ourselves into the living chronicle for all eternity. This grave belongs to a good friend. His mortal vessel ended its journey some years ago, but he lives within me. Up there stands my own sepulchre. As long as it exists, so too will I. I will endure in the hearts of those who read my grave glyphs, in the same manner my friend does it.
Curl says, has it always been thus for your people? This conception of existence and
Gravekeeper says continue along this path to the indelible passage. Behold the history upon its walls, and you may find the.
Lamont says then that's what we'll do. Your traditions are fascinating, and I'd love.
Gravekeeper says I thank you for allowing me to share them, for in doing so will I remain in your heart.
Oh, excuse me, got the hiccups.
Lamont says hello. A fellow we met at Proof suggested that.
Chronicler says yes, the High Luminary commanded that I watch for your arrival. As the chroniclers of our people, it has ever been my family's duty to pass on the teachings of the murals from generation to generation.
Alizé says they really are magnificent. And together they tell the tale of your people's history.
Chronicler says they are the events which shaped us. I would share them with you ere you continue on your way.
Lamont says please. We would love to hear all about.
Chronicler says then I will begin. This first mural depicts a time more than 1100 years ago. An age of great prosperity for the Yok. Blessed with size and strength unmatched by other peoples, our ancestors marched forth and brought much of Yok Tural under their dominion. Then, when all before them had been conquered, they turned their gaze northwards, seeking to expand their territory and power. Here we see the expedition to Tural. Unable to cross the strait by ship, our forefathers set to building a bridge to the northern lands, a grand labor which consumed the greater part of.
Lamont says Zorger the Boundless. We still make use of that bridge until Yolal for travel. I can't imagine the patience and dedication it took to complete a work of that. But I've never heard of any Yakui living in Tural. What happened to the ones who went north?
Chronicler says look upon this next mural and behold.
Curl says the scene suggests that many giants perished all at once. What manner of enemy could have repelled their invasion?
Chronicler says a full unnamed and unseen. When the expedition pushed forth into Tural those 1,000 years ago, it's...
Lamont says some terrible illness?
Chronicler says no. No virulent plague or newly arisen blight. For the local Tona Water and Shettina, it was but a mild affliction of the sort that comes with the... What manifested for them as slight fevers and coughs, however, proved deadly to us. Out of every 10 Yakui who joined the northern campaign, 9 succumbed to the infection. Those who survived continued to suffer, finding it difficult to sire off. Ironville says I've heard of this before. Lacking an inherited resistance, visitors to distant lands can fall deathly ill to diseases. Alphino says these events might also have given rise to the practice of cremation, rather than the burial of mortals. Chronicler says this final mural depicts the return of our grieving brethren. The reason they first left, why they had fought so long and pushed so far, was to ensure peace for our homeland. Chronicler says this undertaking began in ancient times. When our forebears learned they shared the continent with peoples unlike to us in appearance or custom, they feared invasion. Rather than meekly await their fate, they decided to strike the first blow. Yet as they fought on and on, the old idea of peace drifted further and further away. Only after the disaster in Tural and their withdrawal to the mountains did they come to understand. The peace we envisioned had been ours for the taking all along. It was here, in the place which birthed us, here, in the stones upon which we recorded our days, here, in this tranquil life we had traded for conquest and conflict.
Lamont says when you do nothing but fight, it can blind you to what's right before your eyes.
Chronicler says and so we return to the present. I trust you found this brief history of our people.
Lamont says I'm always glad to learn more about my fellow Turali, how you've lived until now, and how you wish to live from now on.
Chronicler says then I believe you are ready to proceed. The High Luminary bids you meet him upon the summit of work.
Lamont says I had a feeling we'd end up scaling that big old mountain. Well, it's a feat worthy of the...
Chronicler says follow the trail south of here to begin your ascent, but be wary, beyond the entryway, the mountainside is home to ferocious beasts both...
Lamont says we'll keep that in mind. Thank you for the warning. Finally, we know where we're going, to the top of Workers' Armor.
Alright, where are we going? We're going this way? Oh no, but there's a... It's a cone up ahead. $187. There it is. $600 to the northeast, eh? Problem is, I have to go south. But we got this stuff. Nice, so it comes to the southeast.
Alize says this thin mountain air is going to be the death of me. Wah, how long have you been standing there? I was just taking in the scenery, Isa. Come on, we don't want to fall too far behind Al.
That's 15. Past walk the mark is 500 to the southeast. There's over here. I'll just talk to Lamont then.
Lamont says you remember how the chronicler was saying that the more they fought, the further away they moved from their idea of peace? It occurs to me that if Zor Al-Jai is attempting the feat of proof, then he will have heard that same lesson. I can only hope that it's made him reconsider his own stance on educating people through war.
God, that is one tall mountain. And we're supposed to climb it?
Farther. Komar. Tuliorlu. Korogar.
He's speaking the old Yokhui tongue. The words are difficult to catch.
Though your words are crude and cumbersome, I use them for your benefit. You are a claimant in this right of succession.
That's right.
Then, if you die, Tuliola loses a potential ruler.
That's a dark thing to say, friend. I get the feeling you don't share the opinions of the other Yokhui we've met.
We do not grovel before Gulul Jaja like those shameless lapdogs. My brethren and I are conquerors, and we will restore our people to their rightful place as Tural's overlords.
The Giants have their own factions too, it seems.
You think your kin weak for showing deference to my father, but they do not follow the man. It is his peace they respect, a peace they always wanted, which they realized could be had right here.
Justifications of the craven. They turn their gaze from our ancestors, from the dream we kept alive for 1,000 years and more. They are unworthy of bearing our legacy. I will reclaim the glory of our
of the third promise.
Stop! I don't want to fight you.
Then die on your knees. Opportunistic vermin seek to feast on us, do you? Get down here! Your neck will be the first I snap this day!
That's right.
There's one tall mountain.
Why do you help us?
I didn't put much thought into it. My legs were moving before I knew what was happening. I suppose I feared you'd die before we had the chance to get to know each other. Before I could learn more about you.
To what end?
Oh, that's simple. If we're to share the land, it's the best way for us to become friends. How is he?
He'll live. Not quite ready to walk under his own strength, however.
If you could stay and tend to him, the rest of us will continue on to Woko Zormor.
Understood. Be careful up there.
This changes nothing. We will not forsake our conquest.
As you like. You want to kill me, you're welcome to try. But right now, you might want to worry about your comrade.
On a mountain of that size, there are bound to be creatures even I've never heard of. I'll trust you to lead the way.
Then we climb. Grufurlor is waiting.
Right, so now that that cutscene is over, I'm going to quickly rinse the water before I queue up. I will be back in a few moments. Alright, we are back. Steve Rudder is back. Not but
I will not harm.
Okay, so we will just go 90 here is Edwalker. Wait, I have all those skill I can just use this. Four beans. I literally won. It's literally. Bob? $15-minute wait time for that, so let's go to Tural and get the stuff that we need done. Right to the west. Okay. That's this west right up here. Let's go that way. And run over.
Ironheart says a fellow Eorzean, am I right? Do you fancy yourself much of a sightseer? Dear old Millet gave you her journal? My, what a small world. It just so happens that I'm her cousin. Else be Ironheart at your service. Well, if you've met Cousin Millet, I'm sure you can guess why I crossed the salt, as they say. This continent is positively brimming with sights unseen by Eorzean eyes, and I'm here to discover them all. My twin sister and I, that is. You see, I had more interest in Yuck, while she was drawn to the vistas of Zack. So it was that we parted ways at the bridge, each of us touring half of Tural. So give me your sightseeing log, then. Let's see. Oh, how beautiful. I should like to see these places myself someday. Ahem, sorry, I was going to just scribble down. My notes on Yak Tural. I included what my sister shared with me of Chak Tural, but I'm afraid it isn't much. My twin's name is Emmeline and she's still wondering about over there. Given your natural affinity for Ironhearts, you'll doubtless run into her someday. Well, I'm sure you've got places to be and vistas to behold. May your journey throughout Tural be bright and unforgettable.
Yay.
Dawntrail entries have been added to your sightseeing log. You must be level 90 or above to record Dawntrail vistas. Travel to the location indicated and fulfill the necessary conditions and you will complete the entry for the vista, earning experience points in the process. Use your wits and the notes provided by Elspie to identify these stunning sights and the proper way to appreciate them, and see Tural as only the greatest explorers have seen her.
Right, so there is 6 of them here? 1, 2, 3, no, that's 5. Okay. Oh. That's one way to go down.
Zhanda says /.
Shiramashi Famfrit says /. Ortone Leviathan says hello.
travelers on the mountain. How delightful. Do stay and play a while. Come to me, Snowkin. Join the fun. Wait for it. Now, please. Come to me, Snowkin, large and small.
Damn.
You've caught up. Seems I've been toying too much with my prey. Bah. That was unintended. You'll have to find another path. Think of it as an added test of your resourcefulness.
Good. Oh no.
Furor, Elector of the Dawn Servant. Prepare to be tested.
Prove you are worthy to rule. Feel the weight of history carved in stone. Chronicles of Eldry tell the thunder of roiling waters. Chronicles of Eldry count the fury of erupting peaks. I will take the measure of your resolve. Implacable strength of the mountain be mine. Spirited my brethren, your thunder roars. That you shouldn't do my fury. Chronicles of Eld recall the cruelty of merciless storms.
GG.
Ortone Leviathan says well done.
Very good, claimant. Once more, I name myself Gur Fulur, High Luminary to my people, and chosen Elector of the Dawn Servant.
You are much bigger than the others in the village.
All Yokui were once my equal in size, but ever since we were decimated by disease, it is rare to see a child reach our former stature.
You speak of the contagion which afflicted the Tural expedition? The one recorded in your murals?
It is a chapter of our history that is entangled with the legend of the Golden City.
I've heard that legend originated with the Yokui. Is this true?
With the visions our ancestors had, to be precise. Preceding the campaign into Tural, many were visited by dreams of glittering splendor. They described a paradise that knew neither war nor famine, where people lived lives of eternal happiness. A single dreamer might have been dismissed, but when dozens, if not hundreds, spoke the same, the luminaries became convinced it was divine revelation.
Then the expedition.
Its purpose was to find the City of Gold. Yes, help was marshaled from all the territories under our control. Lands were scoured on a massive scale.
Ah, little wonder the legend is so similar across Tural. Those involved with the search would have passed the stories down to their children.
Another claimant, I see. I will test your worth, as I have tested those who came before you.
Here and now, I think he means.
Well fought, second promise. For you and your sister's success, in performing the feat of proof. You both shall be rewarded.
Three to go.
How glorious it would have been to race thee and thine to the summit. Though mayhap not whilst being hounded by Bakul Jaja and his minions.
Again, that swine shows his disdain for the right.
Strangely, despite his eagerness to antagonize us, he withdrew as soon as we fought back in earnest. I cannot fathom what he was trying to achieve. On a similar note, I'm also curious as to why you chose the peak of Warkor Zormor for the conclusion of this feat. The earlier stages saw us learn the history of the Yokui. Does this location also hold some special meaning for your people?
Yes, it is a place of great significance.
All these monuments. Is this a burial ground?
Every high luminary before me is enshrined in this earth. Alongside them are the heroes who bravely stood their ground when Valigarmanda brought ruin to Urkopacha 8 decades past.
That explains why there are so many.
Zorolja, I should have known you'd arrive here first.
Third promise. How relieved I am to find you in good health.
Zorolja, you bastard! I should end you here and now!
Remember where you are. You will mind your conduct, or you will leave.
Right. Sorry.
I see no reason to delay further. Show me my father's sepulchre.
Papa has a grave?
Upon this monument are inscribed the names of those who sealed away the monstrous Valigarmanda, your fathers included.
Gulul Jaja, Master of Resolve and Reason, Champion of Peace.
Look at this one. Ketenram, Navigator of Uncharted Oceans.
Ketenram? The Laminsan explorer? Does this mean he joined Gulul Jaja on his travels?
Kafkiwa, Seeker of the Unknown. How strange to see your name here.
It was unheard of to build living sepulchres for those who were not Yokui. But their great deed demanded recognition.
Master of Resolve and Reason, Champion of Peace? Papa really did some amazing things.
He carved his path with martial skill.
Yet it was clever thinking which allowed him to trap Valigarmanda within its own ice magics.
Martial skill and clever thinking. I can't compete with Zoralja's mastery of the Head of Resolve's techniques. And when it comes to knowledge, Kona's the one who most takes after the Head of Reason. Is there anything that I've gotten from Papa? Something I do better than the others? What else defines him? Oh, of course. Papa's love for peace, for his people. That is what he's given me. And I'm fighting to preserve the peaceful Tural he built.
This is a long
What in the
cutscene.
hells was that?
You must return to Warlar's Echo immediately. Valigarmanda has broken free.
Ice Phoenix?
I presume that was about the unholy sound?
Valigarmanda is free.
We need to get back there, now!
How fortuitous. We have been gifted an opportunity to outpace our rivals.
Reset. 361. $275. 201. Need to start east a bit more. Hey, there's a viewpoint right up there. I probably can't get to them until I fly. So it's east 58. 428 to the northeast.
Alphino says good, you're back. Alphino says there is much I would explain, but by the time I arrived to investigate a sudden surge in ether, there were already fallen giants everywhere. Right now, everyone is preoccupied with treating the wounded. Pray catch your breath, and then lend a hand where you can.
Oh.
You may now enter Workers Armor with a party of NPC avatars. To make use of this feature, open the Trust interface located under Duty in the main menu.
Alphino says if you are ready, there are many injured here who need aid. Should you find anyone passed out from their wounds, I ask that you alert me to them. Alphino says otherwise, I shall be tending to whomever requires the most urgent healing. We can gather here once we've seen to these people's hurts. Yorjawa says you. The third promise protector. Everything was bathed in bright red. A searing heat enveloped my entire body. I couldn't move. Zabala says my wounds are nothing serious, but there's dryness in my throat. It's as if all the moisture has left my body. Zerfula says, everything burns. The touch of cloth is agony. Yet I will live. Leave me, there are others in more dire need of help. Alphino says I've done all I can for now. The injured you found were awakened alive. Alphino says that as well.
Lamont says we've left the injured as comfortable as we could. Curl says many were suffering from burns to a greater or lesser degree. Did a fire sweep through the village?
Alphino says the details are unclear. Once I'd healed the giant attacked by that mountain bird, the group's leader, Vopala, I believe they called him, bade me depart. It was then that I felt an intense wave of ether, and returned to find Whirler's echo in this state. Alphino says I rushed over to the first giant I saw. Though delirious with pain, he repeated the same warning. Vali Garmungdar had broken free.
Alize says well, we're going to need more information than that before we can deal with the situation. Lamont says yes, we should speak with the temple guard, and see what's become of the sky ruins.
God says the High Luminary grants you entry, and awaits you within.
What happened?
So it's true. The ice has failed.
Surmurwar, tell them what you told me.
A short while ago, acclaimed paid us a visit. Who enters this hallowed hall? Ah, acclaimed.
Oh, and here we have the mighty Valigarmanda.
A terrifying Vitral. With every awakening, it has seared its ruinous name into the memories of a new generation.
What a good little terror. You've stayed napping right up until the day I needed you.
Explain yourself.
It is as they say. Gulul Jaja caused its magic to run rampant, trapping it in a frozen prison of its own creation. Clever. Clever. To unmake it, it would be quite tricky. 2 spells must be cast at the exact same moment. A conflagration intense enough to melt the ice, and awakening flame to rekindle the slumbering Vitral's soul. The only ones capable of such harmonious execution would be the heads of reason and resolve. And the blessed siblings, Bakul Jaja.
You mustn't!
But I already have. Rise and rage, little terror.
I might have overdone the fire a bit.
Utter madness. Why have you done this?
For the throne, of course.
You unleash calamity for your own gain? Have you any idea how many may die?
Wreak havoc, Valigarbanda. Live up to your legend.
A messenger to Tural has been dispatched. The Landsguard will send a contingent, I am sure. But there is no telling when they will arrive.
Idiot! This monstrous act is a step too far, even for him!
So, what's the plan?
If we leave the withdrawal to others, it will be a massacre. Some might call it the wiser choice, if I don't want to fall behind the competition. But I could never live with myself. And my supporters deserve a better ruler. So that's that. I will stay and fight Valigarbanda. This is an enemy so powerful that even my father failed to slay it. Alone, I don't stand a chance. I understand you've no obligation to aid me outside the right of succession. But for the sake of Urkopacha and its people, I beg you, join me in this battle. Drawn to the chaos. You're as bad as Papa. Don't worry. The Sky Ruin should prove a big enough challenge for all of us.
Far be it from us to abandon a dear comrade in her time of need.
Dear comrades now, eh? I have to say, it does have a comforting ring to it. Knowing someone has your back makes it easier to do what you have to do.
And what will we do?
One committed to winning the contest above all else would race on ahead.
If you're resolved to slay Valigarmanta, we'll need to find out where the beast went.
That's what we have you for, old friend.
Inform the Pelu of the danger. They may need to flee to lower ground.
Lamont says so, Erinville.
Erinville says the tried and true method of comparing sightings with other signs of passage is the most. There is a second option. Not as reliable as the first, but if we're lucky, it will let us ascertain. Though a Tural Vidral of extraordinary nature, Valigarmanda, like you and me, it is thus sustained by corporeal energy and possesses a unique ethereal balance.
Lamont says a floating hand? Now's not.
Erinville says this is no toy, it's an ether seeker. As the name suggests.
Lamont says and you've had that in your pack this whole.
Erinville says I can calibrate it to follow a specific ethereal aspect. The problem with Valigarmanda, however. Alphino says well, we know that in order to awaken Valigarmanda from its icy imprisonment, and the residents here were uniformly afflicted. Therefore the logical conclusion is that, upon breaking free, Erinville says then the choice is plain. The Seeker, however, is not without its faults. As we were not able to input our quarry's unique etheric signature in advance.
Krill says so, we have the reliable, yet slow, method of information gathering, versus the potentially swift, but easily. Lamont says good idea. We'll have the first of.
Erinville says you travel with me, then, Haven.
Alize says the rest of us can stay behind and talk to eyewitnesses. The more Skyruin sightings we can.
Alphino says if no one has any objections, I shall remain here and very few are seriously injured, but I am wary of wounds inflicted by a creature like Valigarmanda. I should like to be.
Lamont says right, it sounds like we are.
Erinville says we should be on our way as well. We'll head to the outskirts of the village first, then set the Seeker to detect fire aspected ether. Irinville says right, the Seeker is ready to go. Whirler's echo is still suffused with the Sky Ruin's residual ether, so I've excluded it from the search area to prevent it from swamping the sensors. Let's begin tracking, shall we?
Once you choose to follow the ether, if you leave.
Seeker says FFXIV. So Ursia 5. Irinville says not quite the legendary. Irinville says, would you mind dealing with that fire sprite? It will continue.
I am.
A necessary measure, I'm afraid. Let's try this again. Seeker says. Seeker says. Irinville says frightening enough, but again. If you would be so kind. Irinville. Seek. So Ursia fiery. Ironville says another remnant of Vali Garmunda's last rampage. In the words of the Tural saga, when Vali Garmunda rages out of control, its fire burns forever, its ice does not thaw, and its lightning crackles without cease. Thus was the Dawn Servant able to... This is no mundane fire, but some kind of everlasting sorcery. Once again, the important thing is that the fire was classified as living ether. We can feed a sample into the seeker and greatly improve. There. Now the seeker should ignore any etheric signature but Vali Garmunda's. Had I realized this was possible from the start, then you needn't have fought those creatures at all. My apologies. It seems I still have much to learn from this journey, as a gleaner, and as a guide. This time, the seeker should be attracted solely to Vali Garmunda's ether.
Sky Ruin.
Resume tracking based on the latest sample. Seeker says that.
Northwest 385. That's right up there. Oh, don't tell me it's down there. Let's find out. 55 to the north. Okay. Ah, I was right. Can I make this stuff? Nope. Okay, let's get off the mount. So I can actually control what I'm doing.
Irinval says good, the Seeker was drawn directly to the Sky Ruins fire. Now we know we've set the correct parameters for its etherial aspect. I'll try increasing the threshold for etheric concentration, that should direct us to the Tural Vidral itself. Seeker says Rekali Biarating Esenso RS. Resuming Tiarak King. Ironville says I think we'd notice if Valigarmandar was inside this passage. Let's head through to the other side.
The trail ends here, it seems. Could Valigarmanda have shifted its elemental aspect? It does have 3 to choose from, after all. In any case, I'm almost certain the Vitral was headed in the direction of Warkor Lardor. We should let the others know we have a likely location.
Alphino is assisting the Yokhoi with their evacuation. He thought they could use a healing hand with the injured.
So where is Valigarmanda?
Warkor Lardor. Its stratified layers contain a wealth of crystals, said to be the source of its many-colored glow. After 80 years of imprisonment, the Vitral will be in dire need of sustenance. It would have been drawn to the mountain's energies.
So Valigarmanda seeks to replenish its ether.
Then we'd better not give it the chance.
Stop!
That mountain is sacred ground. I forbid you to set foot on it.
Sorry, It is not our intention to trespass. But you must understand, that's where Valigarmanda has gone. If we don't slay it now, it will slaughter countless innocents. Just like in the old days, I beg you, permit us to enter.
Out of the question. Your band is incapable of defeating Valigarmanda. Either you seek to defile Warkor Lardor, or you are fools.
If you doubt their chances, how would you feel were we to join them? The monument to Valigarmanda's defeat bears the names of 7 heroes. With our forces combined, we also number 7.
Seven weaklings are no less doomed than 4.
Zoralcha, you've come to help as well.
Against my sound advice. While the rest of you were tussling with this sky ruin, we might have secured an insurmountable lead. A minor delay. It will not change the contest's outcome. I would take the measure of this Tural Vitral my father was unable to kill.
With both my brothers here, this battle is all but won.
Your celebration is premature. I never said I would let you pass.
Brother, no! We do not bear arms against our own people!
What an odd thing to say. As I recall, the inhabitants of Chirwagur Sultan do not consider themselves members of the Tuliyolal nation. I'd hardly call them our own people.
What does that matter? Members or not, everyone in Tural is part of our dream for peace. If you would hurt them, then you'll have to go through me.
She saved me from the mountain bird. Now, then, the same eyes. Eyes of stone. Words of stone.
We are still in her debt. This is true. Consider the debt repaid. But do not misunderstand. We do not submit to Tuliyolan rule.
Aye, you've made your point. We can talk more once the contest is over.
I ask your name.
Wuklamat, protector of peace, and soon-to-be Dawn servant.
Even people with wildly different ideals can find understanding through earnest discussion. I believe that, wholeheartedly.
As do I. I won't give up until we reach a compromise.
Assuming you survive. My old bones and I will be waiting here for the true heir's return.
Your thoughts have always been a mystery to me, brother. But I'm relieved to see you put aside the contest for the sake of the greater good.
Our nation is a fortress, and its people the bricks with which it is built. The more that are lost or broken, the weaker Tuliyolal becomes. Even the crudest rock has value as a stepping stone.
Come on, you two. Forget about the right of succession for now, and help me fight this overgrown snake bird. I don't care how strong the Sky Ruin may be. We're going to put this menace down for good.
Right, here we go.
During this quest and when using the duty support system, you have the opportunity to undertake this trial with a party of NPC companions. Some of these allies' roles will
Level 93, okay. Why did my leveling roulette? I did. So I were with the then. Okay. I've explored virtually everywhere on the map. Okay. So I guess we just wait. Alright. Well, I need to repair my gear. Queued for over 10 minutes now. at that. We're almost healed.
Bahamid Ultras says there we go. Marvel Ultras says heya. Megolem says oh slash. Rosevale says oh slash.
Krieg Ultras says welcome.
Bahamid Ultras says oh slash.
Krieg Ultras says first time running this is Ninja Smile.
Marvel Ultras says nice.
Krieg Ultras says welcome. It's a fun fight.
shall be vital.
Pre-Guachos says whoops. Mox Excalibur says no healer.
Damn.
May Golem says, D.
Krieglacho says sorry. Dog ran on top of my keyboard.
Rosevale says if.
This thing again, really? You know. I might be about 5 minutes. Nope. My diet.
Rosevale says Tyal.
Mox Excalibur says Cht.
Bahamid Ultra says oh my. Magolem says yeah we did it.
Krieglacho says GG.
Magolem says wow.
Krieglacho says edge of my seat lol.
Magolem says D. Magolem says Tyal smile.
I got 2 combinations for that though. Hell yeah.
We did it. We slew Valiarmanda. A feat that even the great Gulul Chacha couldn't manage. you, Papa?
There's no denying it was an impressive achievement, but I wouldn't be so quick to claim we've outdone Father. The Vidral was weakened by decades of imprisonment. Had we faced it in its prime, we wouldn't have fared a fraction as well.
How can you say that? 80 years couldn't have made that much of a difference. Could it? Oh, who am I kidding? Papa's still the best. You're right about that. Just need a few more battles like this one under my belt.
The Sky Ruin lies dead, and still, I've yet to prove myself the miracle.
Well, I suppose we should head back and join Erenville.
We did leave him with only Sarelja for company.
Erenville says your proud expressions bespeak a successful hunt. Not that I'm surprised in the least. Erenville says Zoralja came back earlier, but left almost immediately with Sarelja in tow. He seemed disinclined to share in any victory celebrations.
Lamont says that's nothing unusual for Zoralja. No, it's Baklumujaja that concerns me. He's probably far ahead now, making the most of the mayhem he caused. I still can't believe he did something so evil just to slow us down. If we hadn't slain Vali Garmangda, it wasn't only your Kopacha at risk, there would have been deaths across the entire continent. I'm more certain than ever that Baklumujaja cannot be allowed to rule. I have to catch him and take back my keystone.
Beat ice.
Thancred says the Yokui must still be anxious, wondering where and when Vali Garmangda will strike next. I suggest we hurry back and allay their fears. Alpha knows as well, I should think.
Lamont says yes, you're right. We shouldn't let them worry another moment.
Oh, lovely. And it's got
Lamont says before we do anything else, we should talk to Gerfurler.
To the temple, then.
That won't be necessary, heroes of the hour. Valigarmanda is no more. Yours is a victory worthy of song.
We had plans for a second feat to be conducted here in town. But the recklessness of your fellow claimant has rendered them pointless.
A second feat?
The feat of ice. You are to fortify Valigarmanda's prison. How shall we proceed, High Luminary?
What more would we test, Zurmurwer? They have defeated the Sky Ruin and saved the gods know how many lives. If they are not worthy heirs to Gulul Jaljar, then no one is. Now that our last claimant has arrived, we can proceed with the formalities. For the skill and bravery the three of you have shown, I award you each a second keystone.
That makes 5. Only 2 left to collect.
Except that one of those 5 is in Bakul Jaja's thieving hands. He will answer for that. And for losing Valigarmanda.
You have brought lasting tranquility to our home and earned the gratitude of every Yokui. May glory and prosperity continue to bless Tuliolol as we enter this new age.
Was never much of a talker, our brother. If you're up for it, you should visit the capital. I'd like everyone to get to know you and your people better.
Ha! I'll consider it. If it's one of you two who claims the throne.
Then you need only await a missive from Sunperch. I'll be sending out invitations.
Today is a day for unusual visitors.
You Wukyamat, was it not? I doubted you could slay Valikarmanda, but the quiet skies proclaim your triumph. Had the Vidral been suffered to roam free, it would have terrorized us all. Once again, we find ourselves in your debt.
You owe us nothing. We fought because we wanted to.
Yet a debt has been incurred. All the same, it will haunt me if I do not repay it.
I wouldn't even know what to ask for.
Perhaps he can tell us about the dreams of the Golden City.
Oh, good idea! That was on my list of questions I wanted to ask.
The Golden Dreams. Yes, we have records of our forebears and their visions from the time before the Tural expedition.
What did your forebears see?
A heavenly land, suffused with a golden glow. Its people lived as gods, never aging, never dying, free from hardship and conflict. Every building was a palace, and in their midst reigned a silent goddess, a statue so tall even my kin would need lift their gaze to behold its visage.
A statue of a goddess. That's new.
Aye, and compared to the abstract imagery we'd previously heard, this was a detailed description.
The dreamers were consumed by their visions, compelled to seek out the paradise they'd been shown. They journeyed to Tural, where they died in droves.
Those who go in search of the Golden City do not return. The tales Wuk-Evu shared may have been rooted in historical fact.
Perhaps. Who can know the truth of it? Once our ancestors left the forest, there were no more dreams, no dreamers.
The forest? What do you mean?
From the very first, the visions were set to visit only those who worked the quarries in Yaktel. But after they were ravaged by disease
and saw fewer newborns. They were forced to abandon that territory. Once our people's withdrawal to Urkopacha was complete, we never again dreamed of the Golden City.
So only Yokwi in that one specific area experienced the visions. Fascinating.
Well, we're headed to Yaktel next. Maybe we'll find out more when we get there. Thank you for sharing your stories with us.
I do not require gratitude. I merely repaid a debt. Farewell, Wook Lamat. I do not think our paths will cross again.
Alright, let's begin.
Lamont says I don't think Vorporler and his brethren will have a sudden change of heart about Tuliolal. Lamont says but that doesn't mean they'll never change at all. Today is proof of that.
Alright, and before I actually continue with Dr. Anvil, guys, I'm going to wrap it up for the night. I hope you guys have a great night. We will see you with my next stream, which will most likely be on Saturday morning.